Okay, that should be running. Stream number 2. Let's try this again. And I've got my glasses dirty again. So, earlier on we did water, drink water. That is a normal Tuesday stream, but I do have the luxury of having the day off work due to appointments. So I'm going to take the opportunity to stream again, and this time I'm going to share my struggles with Angular and, more precisely, NGRX signal stores. So I've been here before, not with signal stores, but with stores in general, and the Redux pattern. And it's not an easy thing to get your head around, or it's not an easy thing for me to get my head around, I should say. So this is going to be a bit of a challenge, and I figure it's worth sharing on stream, if only because I can record my struggles. I can refer back to this later on if I get stuck. Yeah. So where am I heading with this? Get the GraphQL endpoint up and running, because that's all we need for this one. Let's get the CLI server. So give that a second. Okay. So let's open. So I want to open this in Chrome because the dev tools are a little better in Chrome than here. Localhost 4200. My apologies for the bright white screen. Okay, so we sign in and we go to planning. So the goal here, the goal here. Watch me looking. Hello. The goal of this is that I want to load this data in, obviously, but I want to kind of hold it in a store and be able to not have my UI directly bound to the API requests. That means I can reuse that store. I can do all sorts of stuff with it. I can also load data in the background, etc. So I'm trying to learn a little bit about NGRX at the same time as trying to piece this in and make it work. And I'm focused on it now because if I can get this working with this piece, right, because I've got a thing that displays data, a form that captures data, right? If I can get these pieces working together now, then I can expand that into the larger application. If I kind of go forward with the larger application just the way I traditionally would, I could still make progress. But is that good progress, right? So my biggest enemy is reading. um, I am. I don't like. I like to do. I like to be practical, hands-on. So I like to tinker. And I'm going to try and do this that way. Right. Thought it was kryptonite. Hi, Junicus. How you feeling? Do you get any rest? Um, couple hours. Yeah. The irony. I went to the doctors and they're like, "What does your sleep look like?" So I answered some questions. They're like, "Okay, we're gonna send you for a sleep study. Um, you need to get a lot more sleep, and you need to get a lot more rest, and you need to eat a little better." And yeah, so I've been diagnosed sleep by the doctor. Okay, so this is what I'm kind of looking at. I'm like, good evening. Yeah, potential sleep apnea. Yeah, another sleep study. Yes, my turn. Um, my blood pressure's stupid high, and um, rather than just up the meds I'm on, they were like, yeah, let's check your sleep first before we go doing something drastic. Because if you're not getting enough sleep or not sleeping well enough, that can also do it. So let's go do that. Joy, my brother is going as well. Yeah, is CPAP because then it helps. Good. Yeah, I'm not. I'm not. I'm like, I don't know. Removing the stress from my life would be good. But it's getting a bit more rest. I ain't got enough hours in the day as is. Is caching data the best way to save cost if using cloud service? Um, I mean, I wouldn't say it's necessarily cheap. Um, I mean, you've got to pay for the resources to cache the data as well. So caching it on the client side, maybe a little bit, but you've got to look at your use case, right? In this case, so what I'm doing here, right? I'm loading this data up. This data isn't really changing that much for me. So I can cache this pretty confidently and know that it's not changing. And then again, that's why I want to use the stores, is because if I go and hit view item on this, I can load that data in and update it on the client, right? On the server side, that's a speed thing more than a cost thing, I would imagine. Um, Maybe a cost thing, I suppose, because you're not making as many reads and writes to the database. So it would be a solid um cost saver based upon your data usage. Because again, in this case, yeah, I could save everything on the server in the cache. And that means when I go and request, hey, go and get me all the items that are for this user, I could potentially query the cache for that, or even just reload them from the cache and send them down. So yeah, it could save some money there, but then you've got the added resource and memory infrastructure of having a cache. So yeah, I mean, I would imagine a cache is much cheaper. Running a Redis or something like that would be much cheaper, but I haven't personally done that yet. Um, but if your data is high read, high write, then that cache would be being invalidated all the time. And you also have to look at the strategies for doing that, right? How much more investment in time and effort you have to put into doing that. So if I update an object, I've got to invalidate my cache for that object. Is that an easy thing to do? Is that a hard thing to do? So it's yet more parts of the design, yet more parts of the moving infrastructure that you have to consider, and more parts to go wrong, right? So but Yeah, I mean, it wouldn't be a bad thing, and I probably should look at that as a component of this again, because I'm building that read-only database side, and I know when object changes. Only worries me is the real-time data that keeps tracking the changes in the database. Well, in this case, we go back to my favorite diagram, which I closed. I closed the diagram. What? I must have been sleeping. I didn't think this could be closed. So if I go back to this, right, I update a ticket, I push it to Kafka, Kafka publishes an event. So if I had something that was monitoring those objects and testing the cache, it could potentially preload the cache there, or invalidate the cache here even, and the read would never actually have to worry about whether it's reading from cache or not, because you could potentially make the read purely read from cache. Whether that's a good strategy or not, I don't know. I haven't done that, but yeah, it's but again, what you save in time, what you save in costs of data transfer, can you spare that amount of time to set up that infrastructure? Can you spare that amount of time to validate the effects of it, right? So can you be confident that it's definitely doing what it should do? You've got more infrastructure, more development, more time, and the skill set for doing that sort of stuff is not in everyone's repertoire, right? So you've got to make it simpler. So there's more to the cost than just does it actually function. So my plan here, I've tinkered with this a little bit, right? And I do have, so Jason Warner, Exocimil, XOCIMIL on Twitch, did share some libraries that I've closed. No, I didn't. He did share. He's built this full stack dynos project. XOCOMIL. So he uses component store, and again, I've got to. You look at this, you think all of these things are required, right? Well, in reality, you can use component store or store. You don't have to use both. Store is and it gives you a diagram somewhere, I think. Store versus component store, right? So it gives you the benefits and trade-offs and shows you the differences, right? So the store is kind of global, the component store is per component. And here's the differences in how they function. There's an awful lot to take in, right? And I'm not gonna get all this solved in a stream, but I wanted to kind of stream doing this rather than just go off and figure it out and move on to something else. Because again, I think this is a very critical point in my application development that says, okay, moving forward, here's how I work versus, oh yeah, well, I was tinkering with that there, but I do it the other way, the traditional way. I have a service and I inject the service and I go and request the data and I have all the hooks and stuff into it. I think that would be bad. So as well with the store, obviously, when I hit new item, right, and this saves, I can update the screen with that data because I can update the store with that data. When that saves, I can return the identifier from the server side and track that identifier. So I now have that tracking. that can become my standard practice. I think it's worthwhile stopping, and even if it takes me a week or two to figure this out and get it working, which I would hope it wouldn't. I would hope that once it clicks and I've got the right parts in place, that I can make quick progress. But I'm going to find out some things along the way, right? I'm going to find out where my struggles are. And Michael Jolly, or Bald-Bearded Builder, did a few years ago for me and my team at the time, spend some time going through NGRX. So, you know, which was nice. But unfortunately, none of that stuck, right? Because I've not used it since. He actually did a stream, and he kind of guided it towards our dev team, which is really nice. So I've got to learn which piece I use. Now, in Angular 17 comes signals, which I've yet to get my head around what Angular signals really represent. I would imagine I can figure it out, but let's have a look. A signal is a wrapper around a value that can notify interested consumers when that value changes. Signals can contain any value from simple primitives to complex data structures. So they finally made a more lightweight version of the kind of the DOM monitoring stuff that they had, but they've put it on the objects. So you get a signal, and then if you change it, things can subscribe to it. So I'd imagine the benefit there is if I change a value, I can have side effects. And effects are directly related to this. So signal store is kind of where I want to head, right? Now I did watch a few videos, or tried to watch a few videos, but I'll be honest, I fell asleep. I can't take in content when it's like 2x, and the content was delivered at a very slow pace, and I can't just watch someone do something, right? I have to do it. If I'm needing, I can watch someone do something if it's something that's interesting and I'm not trying to directly do it myself. But if I'm watching someone demonstrate, here's a technique, I have to go and tinker with it so I can learn what questions I have to see if I can, as the video is going on, they can be answered, etc. But the content was delivered at such a pace with such a dry tone that I fell asleep. So and I couldn't follow it. So here's how far I got, right? Just piecing it together. And that's not very far at all, right? So Jason does have this dinosaurs thing, right? And it looks like what I want, right? It's a GraphQL backed service. So in here we have the data. I'm watching a few vids on Angular because why not? Yeah. I'll be honest, I'm less and less inclined to go with Blazor, that's for certain. The next time we touch Blazor, we might be touching it in terms of Maui and building a UI that is that oriented, but I don't think I'll be touching it for a while. Not in this project. Water Drink Water will continue with Blazor. We'll suffer through the things we suffered through and reflect back on. So this is very intimidating, right? Because there's a whole lot of code, a whole lot of different methods, and anytime you get to JavaScript, you end up with these methods. And he's got, I don't know what this standard is, this pound, all dynos GQL, right? Yeah, Maui is a really good reason for Blazor. Can you tell me what is the advantage of Angular over React because you use it? Advantage? I don't know necessarily know that if there is a necessary advantage. They're both very well supported. They're both actively developed. They are both productive ways of generating client-side applications. For me, the Angular syntax and structure sat right with me. I mean, I come from, again, a .NET background. TypeScript, back then, when I was starting to look at Angular, the way of the components, were built made very much sense. React, with the markup and the page and the layout, didn't read very well to me, so it wasn't something that I was comfortable with. So I don't think there's necessarily a big advantage either way. They're both, at this point, the tutorials and stuff that are out there, I would say you probably, if you're kind of in between, again, it all comes down to what are you looking for, right? Are you looking to just pick something up as a side thing? In which case, pick one and tinker with it and see if you like it, and then maybe try the other one. If it's because you're looking at jobs, then maybe pick up the one that you see more jobs for. React definitely seems to have that, because it seems to have been the more popular one. And Angular made the misstep of having Angular JS and then bringing around Angular. And if I hear you right, you really like that you can easily put code in one file and UI templates in another. You're doing the same with Blazor. I like the distinction. I do not like having them merged, and that might come from having tinkered with web forms a lot. And getting really messed up with that design. But I like having the template separate from the code. And React, when I first, I don't know how it looks like now, whether it's different or what, but React and the template were kind of one and the same anyway. Okay. So that, I like that clean separation. And if you look at the way I design code in general, I like neat buckets for everything to sit in. Which is ironic because I'm an absolutely disastrous person in real life for organization. But I do like nice, clean points of ownership. So single responsibility definitely makes a big sense to me. But so, the client side, that organization makes a lot of sense, and I don't like having too much templating. So okay. So that's what I'm saying. So the clicking on random things now. Makes sense. Thanks. No worries. Yeah, if I can answer blah blah blah. If I can answer any questions, I'm more than happy to. The stream doesn't change just because I've moved on to the more advanced project. Software discussion is generally the course of this stream. Okay, that's what I was going to. So what I was doing, I was looking at Jason's service stuff, right? So how do we get to the signal store? Right. So here we have a detail store, which is AngularJS code can be reused on mobile development. Not directly. There are ways of building mobile friendly apps, and these days, especially for something like this, I would focus more on making this mobile friendly. Yeah, Ionic or Cordova of so Ionic is a path. I've used this previously, the Ionic framework. I'm sad to say that I made the choice of using this on a previous employer project, and when it came down to it, you don't get the things you really need unless you pay. So it makes it mobile friendly. Definitely, they have this standardized componentry, etc. So you can build all this, and you can still use other frameworks, but the tooling is it's not necessarily hidden. It is available to you, but to get support and any sort of help with it, you really need their enterprise stuff, and that costs a lot of money. Yeah, so this is the best path. So what I was going to say there is, sorry, I was reading another comment. For me, for this application, mobile friendly is where I'm going to head, right? Because you should be able to log in and see the data, but I don't need any features that are specifically mobile, right? I don't need an install. I can still do a PWM, right? I can still do a PWM. Yeah, PWM. So I can still do a deployable app where you can install it as an icon on your desktop and on your mobile, on your phone, and bring it up. Do I mean PWM? That's pulse width modulation. Whatever. PWA. Yes, PWA. So I can still do that if I want to, because that's an option. If you're on an Android device, I think Apple still makes that difficult. But I don't need any mobile specific features, right? I don't need you to do a barcode scan. I don't need you to do take a photo. I don't need to know anything about your location or accelerometer, etc. So I don't need any hardware interfaces with your device. Everything I need to do, I can do through the browser. So I'm not going to focus on any mobile specific stuff, but it is something you should consider. And I think it is okay if you're building something that needs mobile, but needs the features of mobile, right? To build a mobile specific app. And that's why I've always tried to focus on APIs above everything else and not have hard coded UIs. And what I'm learning is backend for front end means building the APIs as you need. My style of development now means that that's not actually difficult either. So if I needed to build a mobile specific API, I could compose a mobile specific API with the commands and stuff that I've got. So yeah. Taking a photo would be cool, attachment to the comments, which you can still do, you just don't load it, right? You just don't have a native application for doing it. By the way, in those vids I was watching we're trying to really nail down that components in Angular 17 are now standalone by default, so they don't need modules. Yeah. That was a fun lesson to learn, right? The module versus component. Yeah. I gotta remember turn streamer mode on when I because I have I've learned that I have a slight attention problem. Um, yeah. So mobile, I would say if you need it, Ionic is an option. But the once you get beyond um once you start to look at deployment, uh their enterprise costs are pretty high. So yeah. They offer some good features, but it does cost. So I'm just keeping an eye on puppies. Okay. So here's what I need to do. I need to figure out what this means, how I build a signal store. Once I get to that point, you know, how do I hook it up? There's the GraphQL components, and that's going to be the biggest sticking point I think for right now. So if, like I said, I was going back to Jason's stuff, and I was trying to learn how this wove together. Now he did recommend that I go back through the commit history. I'm not sure I want to try and piece together someone else's code that way. For the evolution, not for anything else. Now, the worrying thing here is the add and edit different stores, which this does not read very easily. So this panics me a little bit, if I'm honest. But let's go and try and do. Let's try and do the. Oh, this is. He composes them. The add dino store with add dino, which is within here. So the features of the add dino are in here. So we return a signal store feature. Oh. Components. Composability. That makes sense. Okay, so signal store feature. So you export a function, and then that becomes a signal store feature, which has state with methods. All right, it has save. Then RX method, dyno pipe. Now I'm not using GraphQL. My goodness, this is complicated. I'm not using GraphQL for save. I'm using GraphQL purely for read. And that's all I really care about right now. So let's have a look at the CRUD service. So in the CRUD service, do we actually do... I don't think I'm going to learn enough out of this. I think I'm going to have to go through it. There's enough there for me to go through, but it's like I'd be guessing and piecing things together, and I kind of have some specific questions. That's component store. That's component store. That was an interesting read that looked like I could do different things with GraphQL, and I obviously started asking Gemini, sorry. Okay. So let's go. We need to find a solid tutorial is what we need to find on using Signal Store. Right. So again, creating a store, providing and injecting the store, consuming state, right? Defining computed signals, defining store methods, putting it all together. So let's try and load through. Let's try and apply this through what I'm doing, right? So a signal store is created using the signal store function. This function accepts a sequence of store features. Through the combination of store features, the signal store contains state, computed signals, and methods, allowing for a flexible and extensible store implementation. Based on the utilized features, the signal store function returns an injectable service that can be provided and injected when needed. The with state feature is used to add state properties to the signal store. This feature accepts initial state as an input argument. Okay, so I need to define a state. Let's go back here. I'm going to do it all in one big file and see what happens. So this would be planning items state, right? And that'd be planning item. And let's include that one. Planning items. Is loading filter. Yeah. Okay. And then we have an initial state, which is a planning items state. Planning items is blank, is loading is false. And then we extort, then we can do here, we can do initial state. That's our signal store. For each state property, a corresponding signal is automatically created. The same applies to nested state properties, with all deeply nested signals being generated later in demand. The bookstore instance will contain the following properties. Yep. The with state feature also has a signature that takes the initial state factory as an input argument. Factory is executed within the injection context, allowing initial state to be obtained from a service or injection token. Okay. But I'm not doing that, so it's fine. Signal store can be provided locally and globally by defaulting. A signal store is not registered with any injectors and must be included in a provider's array at the component root or root level before injection. So that's coming around on okay, so we have provided in root. Okay, so when provided at the component level, the store is tied to the component lifecycle, making it useful for managing local/component state. Alternatively, a signal store can be globally registered by setting the provided in property to root when defining the store. So for planning items, I would want that to be global, right? Because I'm going to be navigating around this application, and everything is based around planning items. So having that store available to me to say, okay, go and create go and get the planning store, and go and find planning items like this. So initiatives, initiatives I haven't really got into very much, other than the concept that an initiative can have many planning items, right? So planning, I probably shouldn't use people when I'm saying planning there. So the iconography here is going to matter a lot to represent what planning really represents. So I've done that. Consuming state. Okay, so signals generated for state properties can be utilized to access state values demonstrated below. Okay, so defining computing signals. I like how it starts with here's how to create a signal store, and here's how to represent state. Now here's how to use the signal store without actually giving me any information on what that currently looks like. Because I can because planning items components. So this is the actual page. So this is, again, this is what I'd actually I'd pull all this out of this planning items thing to put into the services. That's the other benefit, right? All this stuff goes away. The query stuff, everything can go into the signal store, and the signal store owns that, and that way that behavior is wrapped up into how the data is accessed. So it's not really going to benefit me very much right now to get the store injected. So let's just move on. We'll worry about change detection afterwards. The NGRX signals package also offers the getState function to get the current state value of the signal store. When used within the reactive context, state changes are automatically tracked. Awesome. So constructor, create an effect. State.getState. Okay, so that'll come back around on afterwards again. Computed signals can be added to the store using the with computed feature. This feature accepts a factory function as an input argument which is executed within the execution context. The factory should return a dictionary of computed signals utilizing previously defined state and computed. Huh. So I might use the computed to determine the categorized books as well. So moving some of that functionality of this into that categorization. Interesting. Defining methods can be added to the store using the with methods feature. This feature takes a factory function as an input argument, returns a dictionary of methods. Similar to with computed, the with methods factory is also executed within the injection context. The store instance, including previously defined state computed, is accessible through the factory input. In addition to methods for updating state, the with methods feature can be used to create methods for performing side effects. Asynchronous side effects can be executed. So load all. So if we go to our store, we could do with methods takes store, and then you could do something like what's this called? item service equals inject. Okay. Why is everything wrapped in parentheses? That's a weird thing. That's that. That's that. That's that. That's that. But then you have async load all is a promise void. Oh, so you do that so you can. This is a signal. Okay. Store is loading true. So anything that's using the store and the current state is going to get told, hey, this changed, by the way, because the signal will trigger and let it know that that's happening. So that's okay. Then const planning items equals await planning item service dot fetch all. So right now, this is not using the GraphQL stuff, right? So I would need to move that GraphQL stuff in here, right? So I've already got Apollo. Let's move that now. Right, so that comes for right now. There's some other stuff that Jason does in his code, and now I kind of need to understand that, but we'll worry about that later. And then this is where it gets a bit difficult, right? So this isn't just an API that I read data from, right? This is a subscription into itself, onto itself, which is going to make this really confusing. So if I go over here, a public fetch all for right this second, this query subscription listens to this, right? Now, again, if I look at Jason's code, because it's using GraphQL, I don't see where he is actually doing that. Because in the service, we inject all dynos. We inject that all dynos GQL, which comes from ultimately the generated. So this generated all dynos GQL. Wherever that comes from, all dinosaurs GQL, right? Export class extends Apollo query. Now, this is the same library, I believe. Apollo Angular, yeah. So I'm still using Apollo Angular, but I've got to learn how. What have I got to do different here? I think he has it in the dinosaurs CRUD. GraphQL. That's what I would have thought. That's the actual query. But it's coming from here. It is coming from that. So if I go to all dinosaurs GQL, right, that's coming from the GraphQL generated. In here, Override document all dinosaurs, constructor, polyport, right? That's it. All dinosaurs query is not there either. Awesome. Yeah, here. There's the query. So I've got a feeling I'm going to go very wrong before I go very right here. So let's have a look at this. Let's see what other options we have. So this dot apollo dot query. Let's see. Any. So that query takes all dinosaurs query and all dinosaurs query variables. Direction and has feathers. This is challenging. So then that gets used in here. So when we do all dinos GQL, we fetch and we pass it data, and then we pipe the data back out. So let's see if we can do that. What would that be then? Banana cake pop. Do you want to update? That's what we kind of want. Um, what is that object then? That object is all dinosaurs. Convert GQL dinosaur to the base dinosaur. I don't like the amount of manipulation. That's what's bugging me the most right now. Query. Now that I assume is that, or is it that it's given me, right? Am I querying planning items and getting that back? So is this a planning item? Right. And then with the query, what does that look like? Right? Does that look like all dinos? Sorry. Type name query, dinosaurs, dinosaur. So that does look like the actual query. So again, I think that's that. I'm not passing that. I don't have any parameters right this second. What is this doing? Query is this that? Can I inject that? I'll happily put that in there for now. Dot. So if you return that, what does that return? An Apollo query result. This store thing looks a lot like Redux in React, and the main complaint there is that there's a lot of boilerplate code. Add that to the GraphQL part, I can see how it's difficult. Gotcha. And I mean, Tuesday is supposed to be my most productive day because I don't have a single meeting scheduled other than the stand-up. Anyway, hi. Hi, Wallen, how you doing? You join me on a day off where I've chosen to struggle stream, which kind of vowed I would not do too many of. Because these sorts of streams never do well. But you know what? I figured I'd share. Co-working it is. So what I'm doing right this second is I'm trying to hook in GraphQL into my planning items service so I can start to look at using the signal store in NGRX. And the goal here would be why is it no wait there? The goal would be that I start to be able to kind of pull the data into one common store, then be able to refer to it from ad break. I need a message. Does it work still? Messages. Why doesn't my message not work? No advert for you? Nice. It's telling me ad breaks are running for 2.5 minutes, but I'll take it. If you get dropped in an ad, let me know. So the goal would be that instead of having my UI directly bound to my services, I have these stores that I can then reuse and add to, and they can also monitor changes. So if I actually manage to hook in the GraphQL updates pieces, if a piece of data changed in the backend, it would actually push to the store, and the store would refresh behind the scenes and could potentially alert me to the fact that the data had changed. I can then use these stores and these methods and manipulate the data without having to constantly create different methods and queries against GraphQL. I can just take the core queries I have and do that. And I want to do this now so that I can start to more effectively use, because right now, again, this version has a ton of logic about its display, but some of that logic is the query and some of that logic is the actual display components. And ultimately, all I care about is that I'm displaying the components here, and not have all that bundled in there. So the idea of this is definitely one where I can read the data from GraphQL, I can pull that data in and just say, hey, on this side, I should just be able to inject my, I should be able to just inject my store, which is a planning items store, or something like that. Yeah. That's right, because that's not complete yet. Export const planning items. Should that be const? I just read all the documentation on it. There you go. Bookstore, import. Oh, I have to inject it, don't I? Don't do it the same way. It's not, I don't do it in constructor injection because it's not an injected thing. It's, yeah. I don't do it there. What I do is I remove that there. And then I would do, store is a planning items, store. Planning items stuff, that was. Do I have a reference to it already? Or have I just... Oh, it's there. Interesting. Hey, how you doing? Welcome to random Tuesday stream. I can say for certain there will be another one on Friday as well at some point. Or it'll be a longer stream on Friday. Because I have a day off on Friday as well. At this point. Thanks, I'm great. I have a question. How do we restrict fields on the server side that we do not want to be accessed by the client in GraphQL? So I'm going to learn more about how to do that right now. Right this second, what I'm doing is I'm actually changing the model, right? So when I do the query, I actually manipulate the model to present only the data I want to be allowed, right? So that's one way. You can actually use authorization and permissions as well. So if there was fields that I wanted to be controlled per user, I can use attributes to determine whether fields are actually presented or not. So the user has to have permission to do them. That's a little messier in terms of the queries would still be able to be built, but the queries would never be able to get the data based upon the user. These are right now, all these queries I just have authorized on them, right? But ultimately I could actually hide them from different users. This would also be a way of doing, if you were doing role-based auth or something like that, you would be able to say, hey, or even permissions. Yeah, permissions. You could actually control which groups had access to which data that way as well. Because the client over here, right? How do I do it? There'll be a way of doing schema reference as well. Yeah. So the schema reference brings that up, provides that. So you can provide a lot more information here. Download as SDL. There's the GraphQL file. That's the file. So if I download that, I just need to copy it, right? So earlier when I was looking at Jason's stuff and what he'd done, is he actually just copied that GraphQL file into the code base. Daniel's CRUD GraphQL. That's that, I would imagine. Now, one thing I don't believe I want to try is I don't want to do mutation through GraphQL. So I'm not going to present a write side of GraphQL, right? All I'm going to worry about is the read aspect. primarily because I just don't want to. Well, it's called GraphQL, and I believe that mutation there is kind of messy. Consuming state, providing and injecting the store. So read only store, inject book store, type book state, book store. So they don't actually use that. They never actually create an instance of it. So how do I do it in the view then? They showed it before, right? Export client, read only store equals. Oh, they do it. They do it. Yeah. Read only store. I'd like to ask a question as well. If you have the mental bandwidth, if it has to do with where to place a data store in this specific scenario. Yeah, absolutely. Oh, I'm not ignoring, I am gonna answer the question. I just need to see if I can turn off me. No, I'm gonna BRB because the cover over the teleprompter at the back has moved, and it's I can see the daylight behind it, so I'm just gonna be right back. Okay, that should be right. Yes. There's like a bright yeah. How do we restrict to do with where to place data store in this specific scenario? Yeah, I mean, ask away one line. I really don't mind. I think you've watched enough of the streams to know how I kind of generally function mentally. Again, I don't necessarily need to be productive in doing this, so don't worry about that. Ask away. Equals inject. So what they're doing there is just doing equals inject planning item store. Yeah. Now we had that. Top swag. Mutations in GraphQL has actually been made pretty nice, but yes, GraphQL start was only meant for query data, but now there's tons of features like WebSockets, etc. So the WebSockets thing I am interested in trying because I think that would be quite a nice feature in that if data changes, I can load it in the background, right? That's definitely something I want to look at. And you could I'm kind of looking at the query side of it because it does fit my need right now. The mutation stuff, I don't know. I've got specific APIs for that, and I've got a specific path I want to follow. So I'm going to end that way. Short view. I'm making a class library that interacts with another team's backend service running as a Signal hub. One of the things the service provides is a list of devices connected to a device running the application. My app uses that list of devices to provide a visual representation of them. The current way I get the information is I wrote a class library that's all of the service calls to the Signal hub and receives and raises. Class library interaction. Raises events when it receives a message so that I don't have the query. I wanted to store the list of devices after I get them for the first time. Should that object be in the interrupt library, or should it be in my app's call logic? Yeah. So my initial feeling there would be I would put it in the interop because it's kind of a concern in the interop. Yeah. because your UI doesn't care. It cares about a list of devices, and that interop, that the fact that the interop stores it would be an abstraction. If you put that behavior in there and you change your abstraction, you've now got to make sure that that behavior is still maintained as well. But your UI doesn't really change if the interop library doesn't store them or does store them or whatever. It just says, here's a list of devices. Your UI is displaying the list of devices. Unless it matters to your UI components, then storing them there would make sense. Because, you know, if you're talking caching or permanent, like more permanent storage. Yeah. Yeah, the interop library, I think, would be the right place to do it, because it's like, hey, I've made this call, I've got this thing, yeah. And then your UI has no care. It just says, here's a list of devices. Yeah, I'd put that responsibility in the interop, personally. Yeah. Okay. Okay. How are we doing for time? 1:13. Okay. I did have the dogs in here before, but they just wouldn't settle. They wanted to continue playing, or they wanted to fight each other. So I had to kick them out. So I'm kind of keeping an eye on them on the camera. Okay. So let's go back to this. So now we have our store. And then on in it. So now this is all busted again. Spent all that time building that nice UI out. And now it's broken again. And I think that's okay. Because it doesn't work anyway, so that's fine. I've been thinking some time about a real-time API using WebSockets to remove overhead of making HTTP requests all the time and just have one long-running WebSocket connection for a client to make requests as you browse the spa. Any thoughts? Bandwidth? That would be my first concern. Like, how much data you're passing through. So funny thing, Twitch has been saying that my stream is not healthy. It's got the red bar for days, and another streamer I was watching last night says the same thing. But as far as I know, I've got no drop frames at all. Yeah. So remove overhead and make an HTTP request all the time and just having one long running WebSocket connection for a client to make requests to your browser spa. Yeah. Twitch has definitely been. Yeah. Okay. It's quite an intriguing path, that, because you kind of, you know, able to push data and read data. Like, the use of Signaler in an application has been something that I've really wanted to expand upon for a long time. You know, so things like notifications, things like real-time updates, you know, a planning item assigned to me, all those things come in real time. They're not they're not, hey, when I refresh a page or I navigate to something. Those are the sorts of things that would be nice to have. So having a long running the WebSocket connection would be good. The challenge to that is what happens when it doesn't work. How do you degrade gracefully on that, right? Yeah, Signal is something I'm going to look at, right, for this. But so to TopSwag's point, right, rather than just make an HTTP request for all the services and stuff using sockets. Now, I suppose I'm kind of considering that myself as well, because the Signal store, again, if I can get GraphQL, so GraphQL, if I look at hot chocolate, chili cream, that's one. Right. If you look at the way they do things, they kind of have started to introduce that, right, with the socketed connection stuff, which is kind of what I'm aiming for, right? Where I want the data to just kind of update in the background. I don't mind if I've got some further questions on stores in general on the client, but like how much do you store? What do you decide? How do you store it, etc. Where is it? Fetching data, resolvers, defining a schema, getting started. I definitely saw stuff. Distributed schemas, performance. Persistent queries we're not worrying about right now. Yeah, either way. Yeah, I kind of like the idea of the of basically WebSocketing most of your application data. It'd just be unusual, right? What does that mean for security, though? If it's a WebSocket, does it attach user to it in the same way? I haven't looked at SignalR and WebSockets in a while. But what happens for the user there? Right. So from a security perspective, if someone's able to establish a WebSocket connection, SignalR supports bearer token auth as well, and also okay. So all requests come authenticated anyway. So it's not really that much different than having an HTTP. It's just doesn't have verbiage attached to it. It's just a thing that you're being told to do. It's an RPC, which fits better with an application stack anyway. I'd say go for it. New connection builder with URL access token. Yeah, that's definitely something. Huh. I'm thinking about how I use that, right? Because what I'm saying is in here when I need to what's the name for a time diagram? Is it not the Gantt chart? Is it a Gantt chart? Kind of a Gantt chart. The time slices thing. Either way. I'm gonna have to just point. because I'm very bad at charting. So when I add a planning item in here, I need to send that data. It goes through the API gateway to the API. It goes to planning. Planning creates that data. I need to return the identifier I assigned it. Right? Doesn't matter whether it's complete or not. I just need to say, so I could have a pool that says, hey, get me an identifier. Now go. Right? And I send that back down to the client. Right? Which over HTTP, it works. It's a post that returns a result. Right? But if that was a method call from this side, it would look transparent. Because it's a method calling a method calling a method. So I'm thinking from a readability perspective, that would actually work pretty well. You get rid of all the HTTP transport in the middle and not have to worry about verbiage. Sequence diagram. Thank you. So just so you know, one thing I don't like about the team's project I'm trying to use is that they are trying to use Signal like an API client. App sends a message to hub. When a message is sent from the hub, app receives it and processes it. For each message I send from the app, I get back anywhere between 1 and, let's just say for argument's sake, 100 messages. Did my YouTube stream stop? No. Oh, okay. App sends a message to hub. When a message is sent from the hub, app receives it and processes it. For each message I send from the app. Thank you. I got the prompter prompted the software I'm using says you do not have an active live stream. So they're trying to do what TopSwag's suggesting. Really, they're trying to use Signal just as an API, but you don't like, so it creates noise. But they're using it as they're using it as like the broadcast component of it as well. And to be fair, TopSwag didn't specifically say Signal but more WebSocket. Hmm. I mean, I think that's the sort of, I mean, that's the sort of stuff that's worth prototyping. If only to know. Sometimes you've got to do something, even if it sounds like it might be a crazy idea, to answer for yourself why you might not do that, right? Where the difficulties lie, what the challenges are. So when you see someone else doing a library, you can actually say, oh, well, actually, here's some of the pitfalls, right? Sequence thing. I'll try and get better at, yeah. I'm gonna have to try and make some of those Unicus because I think the benefits are clear at this point. Yeah, I mean, essentially, what I was saying is though, ultimately, I'm making an RPC, right? Using HTTP, I'm abstracting it behind a post or whatever, and making that procedure call and getting it back. gRPC, yeah. Signal has returns. Yeah, but I mean, they all piggyback anyway. Well, no, WebSockets aren't piggyback, are they? They're if it falls back. But I mean, there's all sorts of different ways to solve um, the problems. We just kind of have our ways of doing them, and I think that sometimes it's worth going off and investigating a solution, if only to like, no, I've mentioned it so many times at this point, I apologize, but like Mediator, I didn't know Mediator existed, so I went off and wrote what I thought was a good idea, right? And I wrote essentially, without ever seeing it, I wrote Mediator, right? Um, Having done what I did, now I look at Mediator as it is. There's some things that would be kind of nice, but then I realized that I'd specialized, right? Um, um, I'd done some things like transactional stuff that doesn't exist in Mediator, right? Which actually, that's funny, considering the tenant management application, the one thing it does is a transaction, which my Mediator had. I could say, hey, start a scope when I created it. But then the design of Mediator is such that you shouldn't do that anyway. But again, I went and learned, I wrote my own. And when I came to look at Mediator, I understood some of the API, I understood some of the problems because I'd written my own. So I don't necessarily say it's a. It sounds like an intriguing idea to use sockets, WebSockets specifically, as a complete transport for your site to give real time data. I think it's worth experimenting with and prototyping and seeing where you fail, where you succeed, what challenges you have to overcome. I don't mean you fail, but that sort of stuff is bound to have is bound to have some problems along the way. So cool. Okay. I don't need that. I don't need that. I need to figure out what data this is going to return. So for right now, for the sake of getting to somewhere productive, I'm going to delete all of this because it's wrong anyway. Yeah. I'm going to delete all that. Remove all that. Apparently I've been defining types at the bottom of my class. Awesome. And then we're going to remove everything but that. So at this point, there's nothing that can't be recreated, right? I'm trying to establish how I'm going to go forward with the application. There's no if I leave lots of commented out code everywhere, I'm going to end up with a situation where I don't know what I need to keep and what I need to save, and I'm going to be scared to remove things. So let's just get rid. It doesn't hurt me. It's not going to do anything bad. Now let's have a look at how we use this store. So let's have a look at here, single store. So what they're doing is they're saying store. That's the bare minimum. So we're gonna have a store, right? We inject the planning game store. Then I'm gonna do planning items. And so how does that not know? Because it's a signal store of props. So how can that possibly export bookstore? Book model. We'll worry about that afterwards. Continue state. So how can that possibly work? Providers bookstore. But he said unless you do Provided in root, consuming state, providers, bookstore. Well, that's not going to change anything. Right. I thought that was only required. Store dot. Well, that's state, surely. With state. So we have with state on here. Thanks for the awesome streams. I have to jump again. Keep up the awesome work. Thank you, Toswag. Thank you for hanging out. Thank you for the discussion. I appreciate it. Have a great rest of your day. Oh, sorry. Very interesting that unfortunately the other team has said that they are stuck on .NET 5 because any framework changes would completely hose their app. See, that panics me, right? Whenever I hear that, whenever I say that, I'm like, completely hose. Like, I get it, technology, we can't just move technology quickly, right? And I've done it so many times. But, and I mean, panics from the perspective of, I'm building something here that I hope will become a serious thing. But how do I prevent those sorts of challenges, right? Well, I don't prevent them. But there's strategies I can take, patterns I can follow that will actually alleviate that fear. Like, I should be able to upgrade .NET versions. That shouldn't be something that's should be a problem, right? And throughout the development, I'm going to make sure that I keep up to date. So when .NET 9 releases, this will still be in development. I'm going to update to .NET 9. I'm going to move things forward as quickly as possible. But how does a .NET 5 to .NET 8 jump hose an application? What has changed in the? And I would imagine it's the libraries, not so much the actual framework version that's hosing that. So you could always go from client to server and get a response, but they added now so the hub can go client ID, invoke async, and the client can send back a message to the server. Okay, so you can do both sides. I'm sure in most cases, framework changes don't really hose apps if you're grade. The majority of the issue lies with needing to access hardware libraries. Gotcha. That still seems like something that could be abstracted away. Doesn't seem like an impossible, like the technology for communication, the technology for, like, again, it's where does the responsibility lie? If you kind of bundle everything into one massive application, then yeah, you've got everything in one place. But then when you've got specific requirements, can you kind of disconnect them? Bro, to whom are you teaching? No one is watching. Hi, Tasha. Welcome. I like talking to myself, maybe. I'm streaming for the sake of streaming. I also stream on Twitch. There are currently 11 viewers there, according to my stats, and at least 2 are talking, so welcome. And I'm not teaching anything. I'm coding, and I am working on a project and discussing challenges that come along with that. You're more than welcome to join in the conversation. And those libraries have changed drastically according to the team between .NET versions. So they refuse to even upgrading, but like saying it's also an architectural issue. Yeah, I think some of it can be. I honestly think some of that could be mitigated with some architectural changes, but that fear of upgrading is that will always hold you back, and I think that's yeah. You got to take a. You kind of are teaching though, just not on purpose. Okay, a teachable conversation. Yeah. Um. It's fine. It's fine. I mean, hurting my feelings saying no one's watching. I'm also learning Python. Nice. How's that going? You. How are you finding it so far? Python's a neat language. I kind of like the structure of the code I see when I'm seeing Python. And looking at when I'm watching the dev streams, watching C# Godot versus GD script Godot is kind of interesting. Okay. Are you not using Restream to stream to multiple platforms? You could have the chat show up in YouTube from Twitch and vice versa. No, I'm not using Restream because I'm not paying them money for it. Um, the basic version of Restream embeds a logo in the stream, and you can only have up to a certain resolution. I'm using a plugin for OBS to stream to whatever platforms I want. I was streaming to Kick, but I dropped that. Nope, I'm not paying anything. I'm just using my bandwidth. Restream you have to pay. Yeah, Restream is expensive as well. Multi-streaming. There you go, pricing. Why? You've got this nice dark blue and black layout, and then your pricing's on this bright white screen. So the free allows you to do 2 channels, but it puts Restream branding on there. What? I tried creating an account just so I can be a first follower. Well, the second follower unfollowed me in the same stream, so no, kick is not worth it. There's not enough of um a community over there. People don't interact, and there's some toxicity around it that I'm not attaching to. I actually did experiment with another thing, which is like me streaming like to my own URL, and that worked really nicely. I actually had a Docker container running on this machine, running the software. Then I had an OBS running on the dev machine, and I was streaming, and then using um, NGRX to allow people to come in. Yeah, it's a full streaming platform. That was what was it called? Oh, did I download it? Don't have it. No, I don't have it. What's it called? Um, it's called Owncast. That's the one. Owncast. Um, this. So I actually had an Owncast server installed in a Docker container on this machine. Then I had OBS on this machine pointing to the Owncast server. So I was streaming this desktop to that Docker container, which I was then using NGRX to share. And it's a completely standalone streaming platform. So, and it worked without any messing around, which was nice. So yeah. Yeah, in 2020 I was using Restream, no watermark, and video stream was at 1080. Yeah, so now Restream is $16 a month if you want to remove the branding from the stream, and you're limited to 720p. Oh no, HD. So yeah, you do get 1080. Okay, sorry. Yeah, 1080 is no 720p HD. You have to go up to $41 a month to get 1080p by lots of it. So I use an OBS plugin, and I just hit start, and if I want to do a different platform, I add the URL and the stream key in, and it works. But I'm not paying $190 a year even for that, and 720p for dev streaming. So don't forget, like people when like Fritz etc. doing that, then they're making enough money off the stream to cover that, and they're also being paid to stream as well. So yeah, if I made $41 a month off a stream, I'd be like, I've made it. $41 in like 5 months is like, woo. Anyway. We could always put the Agile platform on hold and make the bot do its job. I'm kind of having more fun doing actual dev. So Twitch removed that requirement several months ago because they started to realize that more people would drop into YouTube. So they lost a lot of streamers that then went exclusive YouTube, because obviously YouTube you can stream and then your videos there. So yeah, you can now. I've streamed all my stuff to YouTube for months. You're just not allowed to without a doubt, Twitch is the better streaming platform, right? More discoverability, more viewership, generally good. But there are some pros to going onto YouTube, right? And obviously the videos being up there, you know, it's definitely got some pros. So yeah, I use it, and I have the bandwidth. So if you don't edit your videos drastically, right? You don't need to edit them. It's perfectly fine, and people do watch the VODs. People definitely do watch these streams, and I can always pull the content out of them later and make actual videos or cut them. Yeah, I need to start looking at more short stuff, because things like when I'm talking about design and stuff, where I've got something useful that might be said. Actually, if you guys think I've said something useful, if ever I'm talking about stuff and there's something that's actually kind of a good snippet in there, please do clip it, because then I can actually upload that as a short as well very quickly, because Twitch's tools for short editing are really good. I was exporting my VODs to YouTube and scheduling them to go live 24 hours after the end of the stream. Yeah, you don't need to do that anymore. If you're just uploading the video straight up, you don't need to do it. You can just, as long as you got the bandwidth, just stream at the same time. I mean, sometimes you get some friendly people coming in from YouTube, because as you're streaming, it does recommend people into the stream. So that's how most of them find it. Sometimes. Can't say I haven't had some weirdos. Anyway. Okay, so is this me being dense? Is the example wrong? So they've got a store, a signal store, when navigation works. So they inject a bookstore. They export the const bookstore, signal store, right? And then they inject. Oh, we don't care about that one. They inject. When provided the component level, the store is tied to the component lifecycle, making it useful for managing. A signal store can be global registered by setting the provided in property to the root, which I've done. Signals generated for state properties can be utilized to access state values. So they import the JSON pipe. I don't care about that part, right? That's not hurting me right this second, right? If I inject imports JSON pipe, there you go. Oh, I'm most likely to update my bot to listen to YouTube chat, and I could use that to echo a YouTube chat to Twitch chat. We're all looking to doing that again, not just not through Restream apparently. Yeah. So what I do is I have a prompter, right? So I have the prompter, and I have an application. I'm using Caster Labs, and it merges the chats for me. So YouTube and Twitch are merged on there for me. I don't think you necessarily lose anything by me not writing it into YouTube, and vice versa. And that's one of the things YouTube Restream could do for me. But I don't think I can use that feature of Restream independently. Actually, I think I tried. They have this, but I don't think that's the piece I'm after. Multi-streaming. Yeah. Yeah. For the discoverability on YouTube, I wouldn't jump through much work. Okay, I'm going to go get ready to go to the gym for a bit. Laters. Judicus, thank you very much for coming hanging out again. Appreciate it. I will see you later. Do you wish people luck? Then it depends if it's me or not. If it's me, you probably should wish me luck. May I make it out without injury? Okay. I love it when streams they're just not they just chat and they're just hanging out and having fun talking about code on the peripheral. So this demonstration has store.books. Right. So why does that not? Do I have to resolve that? Does it become a method? Because that's not what they're demonstrating so far, right? Because that's a state. Or when you refer to a store, are you really talking about its state, right? Because that's the state. Will contain the following. Okay, the bookstore instance will contain, and it'll be a signal of book. So that's why you're kind of listening to the signal. But I'm not getting that signal. Right, because I shouldn't have to do anything. The with methods is not necessarily challenging me right there. That's all I essentially need from their demonstration, right? So we have an is loading, we have the planning items, and we have the filter, right? Which again, I actually don't need the filter, so I just need those two. Oh, there we go. Okay, cool, cool, cool. Not quite. Oh, yeah, that's okay. That's fine. So then loading is false. So let's go and say, let's put this back. So now we need this. Right, that doesn't break. Oh. So that is what's breaking that. Okay. So the with state. Uh-huh. With state, with computed. With state. Define install method with methods. Right, but that's what I've got. It's just saying that. So if I remove this, it works fine. There's definitely a comma on the end. Right, that's essentially what I'm doing. But that's saying that that's erroring. That's weird. I want to test something. I do 30 minutes of exercise every morning at 7:30. I choose what I do that morning based on what we ate the night before. Carbs equals cardio, protein equals strength training, light foods equals yoga, heavy foods, stretching and recovery type videos. Nice. Yeah, I'm not as healthy as I need to be. Doctor's visit confirmed that one. But so I do karate Monday, Wednesday, Friday, Saturday normally. But my diet and exercise are at odds. Well, no, my meals are at odds. So yeah, that's important. One line. Same here. So yeah, but that's the whole thing. Ian, today I tried to upgrade to JetBrains 2023 from 2022 version. Couldn't do it. Should I delete and install? I see. Use 2023 with rainbow color on top. I mean, it's worth it if you can. Normally the tools. So I normally install the toolbox and let the toolbox manage them all. It's just so much cleaner. Um, oh, coming soon. I'm either going to play with Go. I'm going to play with Rust. And one of the things I want to do with Go, um, um, 私の兄貴ですか? One of the things I'm looking at is using Go to kind of demonstrate what it would mean to include a completely different stack into an application framework for a different purpose. And then I started looking at the actual use cases, and Go is not really what I want to use. So what I was going to do is I was going to do. Eh. What I was going to do. I've tried the toolbox. I couldn't upgrade it though. I don't install and maybe install from the toolbox and see what happens. Give that a go. Definitely worth trying. But anyway, what I was going to say there was I was going to experiment with using Kafka and using one of the other languages. But there is a Go library, but there's no Rust library. So, but Go isn't really meant for high throughput processing. So, but I was going to demonstrate what it means. Okay, I've got this architecture. I'm using C# all over the place. Why does, how can I use Kafka, or how can I flex this and use these different things to do? Maybe I want to do some sort of high frequency processing on the messaging as it goes through, like language stuff or whatever. Other libraries are going to be better for that than C#. So integrate them in my system as part of a demonstration of, okay, you can do this, and it's not the end of the world. It will still plug in nicely into the architecture. I think that's going to wait a little while. So let's go back here. So that's intriguing, right? If I move with state below with methods, it works fine. Or rather, the IntelliSense works fine. So what we're going to do there is, okay, we have books, we await planning item service, and then we say patch state store, and then we're going to say planning items is planning items is loading is false. So what that's going to do is when I call load all, it's going to signal the state. So we should see loading true momentarily, and then we should see planning items. That's the goal there. But this is complaining await has no effect on this type of expression, because that is not a promise of any form. That is an observable of a polar query result, and you can't await an observable. So next challenge, how do I do an await on a Apollo query? Sorry about that. So again, the challenges of having to move back and forth between all these different stacks and frameworks and languages and stuff is you start to your knowledge gets thinned for certain the more you do, right? So, and that's always my big problem with full stack, right? Is if you're truly developing full stack all the time, either you have an immense capacity for information, or you are constantly looking everything up because nothing feels familiar when you're jumping back and forth. I mean, the more I do this, obviously, the easier it's going to get while I'm doing it. But if I take 6 months, it's going to be refresh again. So things like this, right? I'm getting observable here. How should I handle this? Should I think the right thing to do is probably not do it this way. What I should do is change that to be something more like this, right? Wait till you see my thing that I can't call a job. Right, so this is results, right? So now I can say in here results. So that's okay, but is that the right thing to do? Is observable okay to do that with? I don't see any harm, but still, is it the right thing to do? So then, so what does the example go back to then? So load all, and then what they do with methods. I don't have methods. Putting it all together just looks so complicated. Like the readability, just where is it? This store load by query, right? So I'm not passing a query, so I just need to do load. So on init, right, in here, I'm gonna do this dot store dot load all. By Jove, I think he got it. Here's what we're gonna do though. We're going to do in the store, we're gonna do pipe, and there's a delay or something, right? Delay 5. Pre-tag helps a lot of reading raw JSON. Yeah. I'll be right back. Sorry about that. Just figuring out what lunch should look like. I'm managing 10. I finally counted full stack web apps. All of the stack, including DevOps, hosting, cloud maintenance, database management, and the actual application code. I can't wait to get back to it full time. Wow. 30 milliseconds. Yes, I was. Thank you, Razvan. I'd there we go. Nice success. um, thank you for the assist though. That's what I was doing. You kind of, yeah, you got that. Yeah, hopefully something edible. Yeah. The unfortunate thing is I got told by the doctor, right? Change this, change that, change this, and Yeah, it gets harder and harder. Let's do this because it looks like it's about to go raining again there. We're gonna go and turn the light on. That should change that a little bit. Okay. So we have planning items. They are loading in. This is awesome. Our store is doing something useful. So that definitely cleans this up, right? Where we're loading all and we're achieving there. What I see is that the query is done when not on a specific component. Should that be the way? Well, right now, yeah. Because I mean, the query is done when I'm looking at the planning items, right? And the goal is very much that I want to disconnect the behavior of pulling that data from the actual screen itself, right? So how the store gets its data is not the concern of the component. The concern of the component is, I need this data. Can you provide it, please? So that's the benefit of using the store in this case, right? These ultimately, because I've got this, right now, I'm not achieving a great deal with this, right? And we can do that now as well. GraphQL actually does a pretty solid job of caching as well, so likelihood is that that was all being pulled from Apollo's in-memory cache on the client side anyway, which I'm going to figure out how to invalidate. But the purpose of this store is to make sure that I can actually return the data in the formats I need and not have the component itself have to care about that, right? So that is a bit of progress. We have a store, we inject it, we load all, and we can add methods on here, and then we can render them out. We know whether we're loading or not. That's okay. Isn't the query done when you refresh, but you're not in that specific component? The query is done when I navigate in. So if you look at this, may or may not show this because the so when I go to planning, there's my query, right? So that's the query to the server, and that's done because I'm initializing that view, and that view is there. Now I navigate away and navigate back. GraphQL, the Apollo library, is actually caching that, which is why there's no second call there. If I refresh the screen, right, it'll navigate me back to planning. I go back into planning items, and now there's my GraphQL query again. Yeah. So yeah, the component is the thing that's calling it. So on initialization of the planning items component, I am loading all, and then right now just dumping it out there. Now, ultimately, what I want to do is when I hit new item here, right, and I add a new planning item, I should not have to refresh this screen. I should be able to connect to that GraphQL query, and that's kind of one of the things I was trying to do. Ultimately, is I should be able to connect to the GraphQL query and have that query update that signal itself, so that when this actually saves, even if I've closed that screen down, and you know this view doesn't change, but then when that item comes in, it actually updates and refreshes the screen, right? Now, what I need to do here is look at one of the examples I'm not seeing, right? Oh, there we go. Update, load, update order. Here we go. So, one of the benefits of using something like GraphQL, I'm losing my ears for a minute. I'm going to learn the observable pattern, which I've never used in C#. I have rarely used observable stuff, but have fun. Be interested to know what use cases you have there. So one of the things I want to do here now, and this is where this starts to become beneficial, right? When I want to save something now, so if I go to async add planning item, right? Now planning item. Now in here, I'm going to add a method for storing that, right? I believe with computed with, and we'll talk about computed afterwards because I think that's where I want to get my actual data from. That's update query, update order. That's not changing the entity itself. They're not using that in that way. But I think it's the right way to do what I want to do, right? So what I want to do is I want to patch state store is loading through. Actually, I don't need to do that. I need to do planning items is no, I need a bit more information there. Oh, state. Okay, I can do it that way. State goes to how do you manipulate state there? Sorcery Story, thank you very much for the raid. Appreciate it. Thank you. I was lurking while I decided to stream because I have a day off, so my apologies. You haven't. Sorcery Story is developing an awesome game, which I had it up on the other screen, which looks like you made some really good progress with the houses and stuff. So I would, as a fantastic looking game that I would recommend checking out if you're a fan of RPGs, of building games, of all sorts. It looks awesome. So thank you for the raid. Rot Horskin, welcome. How you doing? Same situation as before. I'm going to make the device store observable so any changes are automatically picked up by the UI to display it. Nice. Okay, yeah. Oh, I was so lost raiding today. Well, hopefully no one got stuck behind ads because the pre-roll should have been off. I realized that they were 15 minutes ago. Ah, the timer. Yeah, it will throw you off. Oh well. So I'm not doing anything cool like you, right? For those that haven't been in here before, I'm doing an application. I'm building an application. I am building an application for platform for planning software, I suppose. And today I'm actually working on how to try and make a little bit more reusability and cleanliness of the code. So if you bear with me a second, I removed all the cool looking demo stuff, but I want that part. Don't want that part. Let's see if it loads. So what I'm working on is an application for product planning. So you add in planning items in this instance, and you can work on them, add more information to them. And ultimately, the way I'm going to build things is, you know, if you develop software, or you do anything software-wise, you're used to planning, and you're probably used to Trello and board and Kanban boards, similar. I'm going a little bit more into Scrum and Agile and stuff like that. So that's why I refer to it as the Agile platform. The goal of this piece is I want to get the UI started to come together. I want to start building meaningful components so I can actually start to define the yeah, I need to go. I need to just go help my wife with something. I'll be right back. Sorry about that. I had foodlessly left something across the driveway. Okay. Thank you. Sorry about that. So yeah, I'm building the platform to allow me to build stories and do all the planning and stuff. And add my take on top of it. So yeah, working on these components. So today, what I'm doing here is I am trying to make this more dynamic, make this allow me to update the data. Sorry, I'm trying to think about something at the same time as I'm talking, which is not helpful. Update the data and kind of fire and forget a little bit and keep the data in the store so I can navigate around, do things, and still update something, even if that data hasn't made it back. Because one of the challenges is when I'm doing it this way, when I add something, it goes through the API. The API saves it, produces it. If these pieces of the system are down, my client doesn't know what that is, right? If I refresh the screen, that's gone, right? Which is a disconnect that you probably don't want to have happen. So yeah, I need to kind of figure out that disconnect. So what I'm doing right this second is I'm going to demonstrate something. I'm just trying to think about how to do it. So I need to do planning items is ... state. How do I there's a syntax for this to join it into the array. State.filter. Comma order. Sorry, my phone beeping. Kinda. The JavaScript style for I kind of want to push an element into an existing array, I think. I'm going to patch that array. Patch state store. There's a state. There's the items. I'm changing planning items. So in this case, I'm setting planning items to results because that is the current state, right? You can do, okay, so I can just do that state dot planning items, comma planning item. Thank you, Genicus. Why does it not know what state is? I'm trying to figure this out. So state in this case is planning item state, right? Right. So the reason I'm doing that is because now we get into a mess. Planning. I'm going to create a stores folder. Stores, and stores is going to have models. So model in this case is any data that the store directly talks about. Ah, Mr. Jones, welcome. Then we're going to move stores there. We're going to rely upon the fact that we're going to rely upon the fact that they're using the same data. So let's get rid of that. I'm going to remove that actually for now. Actually, I'm going to remove. So it's going to refactor all the paths and stuff. I'm going to remove. I'm going to remove all. No, I'm going to remove those two right this second. They're wrong. Usages. Planning items service. Okay, so planning items service refers to that. That should go away. This is going to change in a minute anyway. The issue with that way to add items is that the list is not sorted. You're adding at the end. Yeah, I'm going to demonstrate something first, and then for my own knowledge as well as kind of keep. I'm trying to keep building into understanding the pieces, right? So I think I'm on the right path. Yeah. Mr. Jones, did you ever get your you got your SMTP stuff working yesterday? Did you get your control working at the end? I'm sorry, I had to go walk the dogs and then go to karate, so I missed the end of your stream. So planning items store. Yeah, that's all still working. So what I'm gonna do is all that moved around. Tooling is so much better. Stores, forms. So the form is going to need a reference to my store as well. That path bugs me. So we don't need the planning item service here necessarily, right? That's the goal, right? So what we're going to do... Okay, I'm out. Latest for reals. Nice. Have fun, Junicus. Yes, I did. It was after stream. I think for another 10 minutes and got something figured out. Nice. Always the case. Sometimes that's why streams are good. You struggle on the stream and afterwards it hits you. Inspiration hits you. So what I'm ultimately going to do here is I'm going to comment that out, right? And then we'll talk about the other pieces. Because, yeah. So again, we're going to do... Here we don't necessarily need the store to be public, but we're going to do it anyway. Read only store equal, that's a planning items store equals inject planning items store. Didn't I do that in the other one? No. I didn't need to do that, did I? But I can't remember. Did I actually do that? No, because it's a signal prop store. It's a signal props. It's not an actual. It's not an instance of a planning item store. Planning item store is really a kind of a method that this attaches to. Okay, so that's why that's not permitted. Okay, so store, and then here I'm gonna say this dot store dot add planning item, and then this is going to be this. That's going to be as planning item. Well, I shouldn't need to do that, should I? That needs explicitly casting. Huh. Then okay. I'm committing to this, by the way. I'm like, I've got lots of commits to do, but I'm committing myself to doing this code because it is the right thing to do. I believe it is the right thing to do. So, and it's feeling okay so far. So the goal of that is, if we go to the stores, when I do this, what should happen is that state should happen. And if I go back and forth, I say things like that out loud too. I keep reminding myself. I'm going to do this. It's the right way to do it. I'm not going to just settle for doing what works. I'm going to implement it the right way. So, you know, software development is littered with that, right? It's littered with, oh, well, I can't do it properly now. I'll do it properly later. And we have a name for it, right? And I get it in business. It's not always easy to say, let's do the right thing. Yeah. But in this case, I have the luxury of learning, right? And the reality is, if I'm a developer, like I've been a developer a long time. If I'm put in front of an application to build it, right, I'm going to build it as best I can. But this sort of stuff is the sort of stuff that you lose evenings and weekends to as well, right? And that's the thing that bugs me, is like, it's not necessarily easy to do, but people feel that they've got to do it, and that comes with extra cost. And part of why I stream is because it shows that just because I've done this for a while doesn't mean that I know it all and can just drop in and be like, oh yeah, you just know how to use that technology, right? Um, yeah, it's part of what we do. So yeah, I'm gonna keep trying to move forward with it. Yeah. Um, so while I've got the option, and again, why I'm doing this now, right? I'm doing this now because if I can get this finished, if I can get this working and it actually fits and does everything I need it to do, that is a pattern I can repeat, right? So yes, it's taken me a day or two or three or whatever. Even if this takes me another week and a week and a half or however long, the investment in time will be worth it because the rest of my application stack will come together way quicker. I can already feel that, right? I can feel that if I can get these patterns down, then these are not using, I'm not injecting a service here and injecting a service there and injecting, you know, dealing with something in a different way over here than over there. I'm actually able to produce that data. So yeah, there's a great benefit. So I'm just been tasked with lunch, so I'm going to do that while while I'm talking. Um, hmm, okay, so that's that. That's that. That's that. That's that. So what happens now? If I go over here and I say new item, what I'm expecting to see is that should change below because the state changes. The signal should say that I should see that data move, right? So planning item, get stores working. Do the do, if anything goes, at least not me, and you have a great community. But I assume they're not bothered either. No worries. My job to order lunch being that I'm the pickier one in terms of what I can actually eat now. So forgive me for jumping back and forth. What am I doing here? Description. This is a description. I should see the content in the store. And obviously we've got all sorts of validation and stuff to put in there eventually, but yeah. Now why did that error? State planning items is not iterable. Oh. Ah. It kind of makes me want to do another stream to do the next part now. Addicted to the streaming. Addicted to the streaming. Your state contains data, array of planning items. Yes, it does. Am I patching it? But that should replace it. Unless I'm misunderstanding. Oh no. Apollo query result dot. No, that's not right. Because that's an Apollo query result of planning item. Sorry, just let me just do this. Okay. Yeah, I thought I was already up following you. No wonder I've never seen you when you go live. Mr. Jones. Well, to be fair, he hasn't streamed in like 2 years or something. So, let's say you're following me, I know that. Line 26. Yeah. Razvan, thank you very much. Yeah, it seems like you and I are on the same path. Yeah. I'm just gonna pass on Nuki. I'm like I said, I'm in charge of ordering lunch as well, so I'm gonna get in trouble if I don't do that quickly. That looks good, but yeah. Grilled salmon and veggies, that should do the right thing. Okay. Okay. Done. So yeah, so we're right. Yeah, so Apollo query result is not what I think it is, right? That's the problem. So Razvan, thank you very much for the observation. I appreciate the input. So that's what that is. This should work, right? Because ultimately, what I'm saying here is, I'm not saying add to that list. I'm saying take what I have, replace it, but append this extra item, right? Blue Apron has this amazing sauce they have prepared for salmon, soy glaze sauce. Ooh, soy glaze is very good. Yeah, I think what I'll do is I'll actually order a whole lot more like fish and chicken breasts and stuff, and put them in the freezer. And because I love making salmon. Salmon I could eat every day. Some salmon with some like greens and some spinach and some potatoes. That sort of stuff I could eat every day. That's what that should work. Yes, you're adding a new array item to an object. That's why it's saying you can't. But yeah, because this is returning an Apollo query result. So I think what it is there is my service, my planning item service over here, right? This query isn't quite what I think it is, but it's returning. The weird thing is, it's because it's returning the data, right? So it is returning an array of data, which is an array of planning items. so, um, so this is actually not. Didn't I have a? I think I actually created something for this. Shared. That's a different kind of store. We got to talk about that one afterwards. So the organization of my application is going to look confusing at times. Just know that I'm trying to improve things as I go. I'm trying to reflect on what I'm actually structuring it like and where things live, because things are going to move around. And if I try and set myself any firm, um, here's how everything should go, I can guarantee that the next thing I do will break that guideline. So I'm not trying to define up ahead what what where things should live and how things should be. I'm trying to be very fluid about it so I can answer those questions as they go. The Apollo query shouldn't return a planning item as an array. Yes, it should, but it's not enough to do that. If I do that, and then we go back to our store, right? That should now be, yeah, and then that should be that. And that should work. But planning items is an array of planning items. So that is essentially that. But I can't do that. Although is that the no, it's not the state. That is an object that contains an array still. Right? Because that's data and that's planning items. So it's that array that I want. That should be my state. So this is correct now, right? So you are right, Razvan. That should be data. You know, the one day where I wish that the content was actually shared to Twitch as well, because I don't often get many people on YouTube actually willing to talk, let alone actually trying to contribute to the code. It's the one time that I wish that I did distribute the chat in the other direction. Because you see the chat come up on screen, but I have no bots or anything running on the YouTube side, so I can't produce it. So I think you can't do it because of the Apollo query type planning item. Well, I can if I... Yes, I see on the Twitch chat. Yeah, so it's because YouTube is generally quieter. I do get subscribers on YouTube. I do get watches of the videos, and I do get some people who hang out in YouTube, but they don't often talk very much and contribute. So it's kind of a new experience, I suppose, for have so much conversation from YouTube. Not that I'm complaining. I appreciate it. But it does make me consider what do I need to do to make sure that it's more flexible. And paying $41 a month is not going to happen. Twitch is it's a platform built for live streaming. YouTube is a platform built for videos that they've tacked on live streaming too. And I would really love for them to put some investment, like they have done in Shorts, into the experience of people watching, because you get a better quality stream as well. You get I believe you should be at 1440p, whereas Twitch is maxed out at 1080p, unless Twitch is feeling nice and letting me encode at 1440p today. Oh, they are allowing me 1440p, but they'll normally downgrade that to 1080p. But I get right now I'm able to see my stream in 1440p on even on Twitch. But normally you get the benefit of a higher resolution on YouTube. So I need this array to be here, right? I do not need planning items there. So how do I achieve that? So that's an Apollo query thing. Queries, setting a fetch, inspecting load states, caching query results. Caching will come back around on because there's a challenge with that. And shorts and stories, yeah. But I wish YouTube would invest because it's a good platform. Apollo, GraphQL, client, Angular, query, return, list of data. So that doesn't do anything. All planning items, right? That doesn't change anything about the result. No, that does not change the result. That's just a name to be used. That's fine. There you go. Okay. Yeah. Um. Sorry for the on the microphone if that got picked up. I apologize. Sometimes kind of forget. They should have a dedicated page for live streams in some categories like they have for trending, for example. That should help a lot. Yeah, and also, I mean, I don't know how you came into the stream, whether you were watching a video, but it does drop people in from the end of videos. It does seem like most of the traffic I see comes from my stream just coming up on recommendations on people's homepages. There's all sorts of ways to get there, but it's responses. So again, this is me not want. I don't like dumping things in files, right? So I like to keep this tidy, even if it's not going to be. So this is a planning item list response. Yes, it's a recommendation, but this depends on the type of content you watch. Yep. So this is going to be all. Actually, it's going to be planning item list response. That's going to be all links planning item models planning items. And then what that's going to do is in here, that's going to be that now. Minus result equals. Gotta get used to that. Pipe map result goes to and return that's not going to be how that works. We're just going to have to what I'm going to do is manipulate the response and then return and then kind of map the result as that. So this is now going to give me result data dot planning items, right? Actually, does that work? So now that's a oh no, it's an observable, right? Pipe. Yeah, there you go. Observable planning item array. So now over here in our store, that's now results again because now planning item is the array. So we should have an application that's kind of working. There you go. Planning items is now an array of planning items. When we go to new item now and do how much to dinner, I've been lurking. Have a nice stream. Solitary, thank you very much. Thank you very much for the raid. Thank you for coming over here. Apologies I didn't get to hang out with you for too long today. But I was itching to be productive at this. Enjoy your dinner. Take care. That could give a JS error if somehow the result is not in that format. Fine, no worries. Well, take care. Enjoy your dinner. Thank you very much. And that's fine. So one of the things I don't focus on too much is the what ifs. As I'm developing software like this, I don't want to focus on what could go wrong. Yes, that can come back to bite me later on, but it does mean that if something does go wrong in that process, I'm going to find it through testing. I am so far away from releasing this that I will do a lot more testing, right? And I will do a lot more tinkering. If I start putting in, oh, what if it could be this, and what if it might not return the result in that way? What if this changes? I'm going to end up in I'm going to write lies in my code. So I don't believe in writing, I don't write try catches unless I need to. I don't write if null unless I absolutely know it could be null. That's kind of the approach I take, and there'll be cases where I'm kind of contradictory to that, where I'm like, well, this could actually be null, maybe, and I'll do it. Or if you're working with nullable types, sometimes you have to say, okay, if it's null, even though it's not. And what I've actually started to do there is, in the actual code, he says he won't be able to find an example of that. No, I probably won't find one quickly. Throw if null argument. No, not in view. Solution. Here you go, argument null. So what I've actually started to do is this sort of thing, where I'm not checking to see if user's null, right? But because it is a nullable object, because it is a nullable object, then it could actually throw. So I just do that, and I'll blow up, right? And what that means is I go through, because in this instance, this is a notification handler, right? So I can only have gotten here if I save this object. So how could it be null here? So if this actually happens, something bad went wrong. I don't care about what happens to the application stack at this point. I don't want anything else to continue. So there, right? So I've kind of taken that attitude of late. But in general, I will not write code to check if a result is null or whatever, just as a matter of development. Simple planning item. I plan on getting lunch shortly. It'll be delicious. We'll do that on tomorrow. So we hit create. There we go. You see it? It can be known if the user is deleted somehow before it arrives there. In that scenario, if that happens, you manage to do two things at once, because this is from the user being created. So this is a notification. This is a notification that happens when a user is created. So if that user deleted, then you've got big problems. But again, even if it wasn't, is like, okay, you should ask yourself, why does that happen and what can happen? So yeah. Hi, Sky Ninja. Hello again. I wanted to ask, how do people change their voice for the TTS that Kenny is using? You go to you go to, can I send a whisper? You go to that URL, it will change your settings. You have to auth your Twitch account with it. I just PM'd you on Twitch. But if you go to that URL, it will let you change. The stream is talking about, by the way, if you have not been to Canny stream, Canny is that actually streaming right now? I don't know. Canny is a very cool developer doing Godot development, but he's doing overlay stuff and all sorts of cool stuff. So I'd highly recommend his stream. Ramley Geek, welcome home. Hope you're well. So yes, Canny's doing cool overlay stuff. He's developed these little Kenku things that run around at the bottom, a bird. And he's built a cannon that fires them across the screen and all sorts, and it's very cool. He's been home for a while. He's been talking in BBB's chat. No one likes the grass. And I was suggesting that my stream was home, so I was kind of having a bit of fun with that one. Okay. So what we did see then, I hope we saw then, was the item actually appeared in the background, but you'll notice it did not have an ID, right? Because now that's stored in the store. If I navigate away and back, right, that's now gone because that's not been retained. The store, as much as it's called a store, doesn't have local persistent storage. It's just a usable data store while information is flowing back and forth, right? I've got that Discord. You've got Finite, me, and BBB up on the same stream, and review date as another format, yeah, because that's coming down from the server, right? So it's lost its But again, if I do new item, get Chris Jones to stream again. Do that by Friday, right? So yeah, I'm because all I care about is the date. I don't actually care about anything other than the date, because the review date. So review date is one of the concepts that differentiates what I'm doing than other products, right? One of the key pieces that I rely upon. So the goal will be that every single item, every planning item, every initiative, every story, every ticket will get a review date. That review date can be automatically extended if you choose, but when a review date is eligible, when it's that review date has expired, people will get notified that the review date has passed, right? So the focus will be to allow you to keep yourself prioritizing things appropriately. And you know, if you have to update review dates, you can update a review date and add a note and say, hey, this is being pushed for this case, this is being pushed for this case. But everybody involved does get to know why you're pushing the review, why you're pushing an item down the line. What I'm trying to get to here, by the way, is if you haven't seen this before, I need to bring back my original diagram. But what I'm building is a system that has ticketing, planning, and will have stories. And tickets are your customer service piece. You know, store things coming from the customer. They might need fixes, they might need changes, etc. But they get put into ticketing. If something is more complicated than ticketing, i.e., it needs actual work dedicated, your developers can't work on that piece right now because it's got a lot more intricacy. Then they can create a planning item from that, and they can promote this ticket to become a planning item. And we've worked on that a little bit. It's a date. It's just a date. Date time as the field, but yeah, it's a date because ultimately it doesn't matter. But yeah, the concept of the review date is one that is not an optional thing. It gets attached, and as tickets become planning items, as planning items create stories, stories are working there. But one of the things I want to get rid of is this concept of a backlog that sits there with things sat in it that never get touched. So the review date is very much aimed at saying, hey, well, remove the fluff, keep planning in planning. Stories are stories. Things to be worked on can be set, and they can have a review date as well. So the backlog is never, you don't get to drag and drop the backlog, right? Priority is set by review dates. Yeah. Yeah. So that's the concept. And again, planning being separate from stories means that you might not actually end up with a backlog of stories that are big, because your planning should contain most of the actual work. Only stories that are ready to be picked up and actually worked on should live in your backlog. So even if the backlog does allow ordering, it doesn't really matter too much, because those stories should only ever be well thought out, in theory. But at the very least, they have a review date. So even if I did allow reordering or prioritization within, it would still kind of make that a challenge. So anyway, that's part one. So we can patch the state, so we can modify the local state, but now we actually have to make that actually go and update the server, right? And the challenge comes in this. I'm going to fire off a command, but that's not actually going to change anything in my store, because my command will register the item, and then it'll get produced to Kafka, and Kafka will consume it. And if this system is slow or it's not available, etc., the consumers are unavailable or whatever, they're turned off, you're going to end up with this situation where the data might not come down to you immediately. So at least you've got that local cache, and if I update it, as long as I get the ID back, I should be okay. And this is going to be the first change I need to make on this side in a while. All right. So for reference, I'm using Rider for all the C# stuff. Angular, I'm going to stick in WebStorm, because WebStorm is a little bit further ahead with its development tools. It's not giving me any issues over styling yet. So Rider doesn't seem to have all the Angular 17 features quite the same. I don't know whether that's true or not. I just know that that's the way it feels right now. So, yeah. Okay. So, the challenge we have now is we need to fire off. So actually, it's not a challenge. It's just we need to do it. So I was already passing this, right? I was already passing this information. What I'll do here is I will. Can I do it this way? Can I do it this way? So, oh, same thing. Got it. So then we do planning items. This dot planning items. No, it's a method. this nested method sort of structure is confusing me, because it just, that does not read very easily to me, right? I'm not comfortable there, right? You said that the API only returns an ID. I believe you generate it somehow and send it further down the line, but the data may be saved later. The question I have is, when saving data in the database? Okay, so I'm saving it almost immediately, right? Let's look at the code, and I'll show you what I mean by that, right? So the way I'm designing this system is very much for distribution, right? And I'm not designing a microservice architecture here, but I'm designing kind of a mini monolith, right? And I'm breaking the components down into usable chunks, and I'm um, 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 trying to think about how I word this. The APIs are kind of exposed on a per component piece. So I have planning API, tenant management API, teams will be an API, tickets, stories, they'll all be different APIs. And I'm using an API gateway to kind of translate that. So this is only ever making calls through one IP address, one address with one port, but they get resolved. That data then gets stored in the database, the right database over here, WRITE, not the RIGHT. When that happens, this produces events that then produces integration data, which gets published and consumed over here. So I can consume that data anywhere else, right? If I want reporting or I want search or I want anything like that, I can produce that API layer. And then that data is then available in the read database, right? So challenge number one is get the record into the ticketing, into the planning database, the right database here. So we post in here with that title, description, review date, assigned user we're not worried about, or whatever, assigned user we're not worried about. User is who did it, right? Because it's got to be authenticated. That then goes into my application. Mr. Anhorn, hello. Good afternoon. Goes into the application, and we then add that in here. So that's the code for adding the planning item, right? We create a new planning item, and then we add the async. Right, that's it. That saves. This identifier is now available, right? In theory. When that actually gets created, we add a domain event called planning item created, which then is subscribed to over here, and then publishes my integration event, right? So the problem I'm having right now, or the problem I'm going to have, is realistically what I want to do is this doesn't need to return a result. This needs to return a result with the identifier, the public identifier, the GUID that I'm creating. So, because when this actually saves, it will return that GUID, right? Will that be enough? No, I didn't want to do that. Result of GUID. So I do have it saved in the database, but what I meant is I don't have it in the read database. Because at that point, it's not available over here, right? Because so what I'm going to do here is I'm going to return back a GUID, and that's going to update the store. And that store, when it reads now, if I was to hit F5 before that got through here, that's not going to be there. Right? So I'm kind of relying upon the fact that eventually it will be there. So if I'm working in a screen, like let's say I'm working in here, and I'm adding planning items and I'm editing them and whatever, I should still be able to work with them while the application is updating it in the background. If I have the ID, right? So if in here, this is going to return a response of some form, right? Now I'm going to take that ID, update my store item with it, Sorry, just checking on things. Yeah. Update my store item with it, and then it's available, right, in my local store before it's even made it through the GraphQL piece, etc. But it could actually be, and I apologize for being distracted. It's just I'm just keeping an eye out because obviously lunch is going to arrive, and I don't want to have an issue there. But I don't want to have to worry about when this part happens if I need to do something with that entity here. If I navigate away and come back, it's going to be missing. So that's something I'm going to have to figure out. I don't know whether the right thing to do there is to have, like, is that store global? Should I have one per application? And that might be the difference between NGRX store and NGRX component store / signal store, right? Maybe that's the difference. I don't know. I've got to learn those things. Yeah. So I'm gonna have some quirks of doing this, that's for certain. Let's go and change this and see if we can make it work. Because my hope is that I will be able to change the entity that I passed in and set its identifier, and that will work because the mic got muted everywhere. My apologies. I just put my phone on there, so I'm assuming that was a temporary thing. My apologies. I have the Stream Deck, and I must have hit the button. Sorry. That should be better. Yeah, it's working. So this is going through the API gateway. So again, I have this set up so that these APIs are all sat behind a gateway. I can go and look at the current status of the APIs to make sure they're working. I can go into console and I can see, right, I can get an idea. Okay, everything's, so planning items API is up and running. I can do that. So I should be able to send sample planning item. This will create a new planning item. Will it work? And it should be reviewed upon, it should be reviewed on the 6th. So send that. Really? We're not going to work? Why are we not going to work? What's not working? Planning items is started, apparently. Oh. Hello, friends. Hello. I got puppy invaded. Okay. Okay, I'll be right back. I've got to get puppies handled. Sorry about that. I received an invasion of puppies, and yeah, we're so close. We're so close. Okay, so what isn't running here? API gateway is not running. That's the piece I'm missing. So with the API gateway up, I should be able to send that. I should receive a GUID. I'm not receiving a GUID. Planning items, post. Restart that one. So I see there are people in the stream. If you're watching what I'm doing, if you have any questions, thoughts, concerns, opinions, you're more than welcome to share them. I'm never just sat here just coding for the sake of coding. It is intended to be interactive. This project is a little bit less interactive because it is my personal thing. But it doesn't mean that you can't ask questions. You know, I won't say no if you ask if you want me to show you some code. I have questions, concerns, thoughts, and opinions, but not about what you're doing. But, you know, I always want to make that apparent because it's, you know, some people stream and they're like heads down. I don't care what chat says. I don't care. I'm just streaming for the sake of streaming. I've never taken that approach, and I think streaming is something that I'm doing because I love doing this and I want to share what I'm doing. I have an experience, and that experience is, you know, combined with other people's, can be valuable. So, okay, so I do get a result there, but I don't get that in the response. I think those two things are separate. Ah, dear. Um, yeah, I have concerns and opinions. Yeah, I mean, when I see the stream numbers being good enough to be there's people in the stream, I want to make sure that everyone knows that, you know, my goal when actually streaming is not, okay, kind of contradictory. This stream was for me to be productive because I knew that if I just sat down and tried to look at GraphQL and look at how to interact with this, that I wouldn't, I'd probably get bored very quickly and struggle. So it was very much okay, I'm going to struggle stream a little bit, but by talking it out more, and even if there was no one listening, I'd be able to be productive there. So, and at least it sparked the right ideas. So, and it has done. It's done exactly what I intended. But the goal is never for the stream to be like, oh, I'm only getting head down working. I'd stream less if I had if I wanted to do that. So first order, you now go over there. I demote icons based upon my random clicks of them. You need to go over there, and you need to go Blender. You need to go all the way over there. Okay, because I'm not using Blender for anything anytime soon. So, first order of business. Why doesn't that return a GUID? That's the first challenge, right? Because the code is clearly set up to return a GUID. And instead I'm getting 204 no content, which is quite the opposite of what I want to do. So fast endpoints. Fast endpoints won't return type result with data. Is that where the response from the, yeah. So I should see content in there, but I'm getting 204 no content. Yeah, see that. Where do I get somewhere in this in the path I get message? Oh, tenant management. Tenant management does it. Register post. That's an OK of result. The result in that case is a message. And that works fine. Okay, so we're going to do it this way. So we're going to stop planning items. We're going to be a result of GUID. And the result here is going to be public class result T. Public T identifier. And then we're going to do a new. Can I do it this way? T identifier. And then just do new result. Then that's a result GUID. No, not an RDOS result though. Response. We'll call it response. I don't want to confuse the two things. That's going to be a post, not response. There we go. Oh, that's what. Yeah, it's fine. Now we can start that project back up. Where's. Oh, you can't infer it when you do it that way. That's inferior. Come on. I'm passing you the value. The T is inferred. Oh well, lesson learned. Primary constructor doesn't infer the generic. Why? I know that if I had a tenant, I'll get a message back. And I'm getting the data, because if we go over here, there's our sample. There's everyone we've created. Hmm. So it's not breaking anything. I'm not getting an error back. So let's just try once more. Send. Result is success, and our value is a GUID. Type results not okay. But we get no data back there. Yeah, it's returning a 204. What am I missing? Handle async. Hold on. I believe that's the right thing to do for this. I think I might have just learned something. I'm an idiot. So fast endpoints introduces two methods you can override. One is handle async, and one is execute async. Now I'm used to Mediator, which has handle on everything, and a handle can return a response. Fast endpoints differentiates between the two by the looks of it, in that a handle will only ever do something but never return something, but an execute can return the status. So I just changed the method to execute instead of handle, and execute returns 200 OK, whereas handle returns 204 no content. So that's probably me not reading the manual. But there you go. Lesson learned. Fast endpoints. But now we get an identifier back. So on our client side now, what we're going to do, we're going to see if something changes. So we're going to get response. So this is going to be tracked entity response. I'm going to call it tracked entity for right this second because I can't think of anything else. But basically, any object that I'm going to care about the identifier of will be export interface tracked entity response, and it's going to have an identifier. That's going to be a string because grids don't exist in TypeScript. Then over here, this is going to be add new panning item, observable, tracked entity response, and that's going to be a tracked entity response. Huh? Well, thank you very much for the vote. I don't know where, but thank you for the vote. Now when this returns, if we go back over to our store, this add new panning item now is going to do be an observable. So now we go and we say subscribe result. Now that should be a tracked entity response. So then we're going to say panning item dot ID equals result dot identifier. I'm going to see. Yeah, the challenge of streaming at this time of the day is there's so many other great streamers to go and watch. So I do appreciate even people that are sharing screens with 2 or 3 or 4 other streams. It's so hard to pick where you're going to land. Maybe push this. So I'm thinking that's probably where I will do it. But what I want to see is if it changes that now. Well, I appreciate that. Thank you, online. So what I'm going to see is, what I want to know is, does this update that object in that state? And then does the screen change? Because if it does, that means that those signals are tracking kind of cool, right? Because it means that signal's then told the UI, oh yeah, by the way, this changed. So this is an experiment more than anything else. Okay, so we need to come up with some different here. Let's go here now and say, okay, work on making planning items look cool, right? So planning items should look a lot better in the near future. Let me do that. So then when we save this, yeah, there's the ID. So even though the data doesn't look like this, it did save it. So now if we refresh, uh-oh, the order by. The order by took it. No, it didn't. I don't have it because I've navigated away. So I've got to wait for it to make it through the system. Yeah, there you go. Now it's updated. And there's our CF. Okay, so there we go. So it did update that even though the state had already been. And the reason being that I might want to show it in the screen, I could put it in a dirty state, right? So what happened there was the GraphQL side of it hadn't actually received that data yet, right? So the this didn't get the update when I refreshed the first time. The GraphQL hadn't received it, so that's why this didn't appear. Then when I refreshed again, it was there. So that's why we might want to update that store, because now we've got a copy of the data. We can work with it as long as we've got this ID. Because any updates I do to that now can still happen even if GraphQL hasn't been updated. I don't lose the ability to work on that entity, even temporarily. And because I've got the ID, I know that it's at least saved. Interesting that it worked. It shouldn't have. Well, that's the interesting thing, though, isn't it? Because I'm adding that item. Well, it depends on whether you're tracking things by reference or not, right? So I'm adding that item into this list. So that item is a referenced item, right? Which by default have been put into the state of this by the sounds of it, because of signals, it attaches signals to all its data. So when I change the data, it signaled the change and updated the UI. I mean, I could prove that, right? Because I could just see pipe add delay again, right? And now if we try that again and add a new planning item, what we should see is if it appears in here, does it appear with its ID? And does the ID then pop in, right? Because although we do add planning item, do we delay? Can I? Actually, it shouldn't matter because the state should change. So ultimately, that should happen immediately. Well, no, I wanted to see if it references it, right? Because if it was a virtue of it just being really quick or not. Actually, it wouldn't matter. It still did it, right? Because it still updated that object. But we should see the flashing. That's what I'm just trying to learn. Right? So this is make initiatives. Make initiative. Build the initiative. Misspell the initiative. Yeah. Yeah. That, yeah, there you go. So it does update it and it does signal it. So the moment I push it, I have it available, so I have it viewable. So if that was taking a while in the back end and I didn't want to wait for it, I could potentially move on from it and have it update in the background. That's pretty cool. Because I could make a way more responsive UI, because now I could move on from that, knowing that it's going to be tracked and updated later, potentially. But there you go. Oh. And Razvan, I do want to thank you, by the way, because in the 4 months I've streamed on YouTube, nobody has stuck around for a chunk of the stream quite like you have today. The most of YouTube looks like this on the graph. It looks like view, 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 and disappears and sits at 0 and then goes up a few and then sits at 0. So I really do appreciate you hanging out, joining in. It's been a lot of fun having you in here as well. What happens when you add more items rather quickly? Well, that would be a difficult thing to do, right? Because I'd have to open up the screen, do that, right? Next items. This is another item. Can it work? Fine. Because I've got to have got, I mean, it's saved it. Simple thing. Oh, for. I mean, I can't beat it, basically. The ID was already there. Oh. Well, hopefully you've been having some fun. Because I mean, appreciating the interactions. It's definitely streaming is a lot easier when people actually do interact. So having people like One Line and Junicus and even Mr. Jones in the chat and yourself is makes it a little bit more rewarding when you're not sitting there talking to yourself. I'm all sorts of impressed with that. That has definitely done exactly what I wanted to do. So, summarize. What we've been able to do is disconnect the GraphQL query from the actual planning item itself, right? So the planning item list screen now no longer needs any knowledge of GraphQL, right? That's a big plus anyway, right? We've disconnected, even if I wrap that up in a service previously, right? Yes, this service has that in there now, but that is not used by the screen itself. There's no link. I can replace this. I can also mock this as well. So for testing purposes, this also gives me some good advantages. Because I can mock that store and mock all its calls, which would be good if I can get to that part. We've combined the ability to add and query it all into one service right now. Maybe that's not the ideal way. I don't know. Again, more learning coming there. The store itself is relatively usable. I think there's still some more things, but we can add and we can load, which is what we were doing before. There's one other thing I want to look at. I just don't know if I have time to do it because I do have to finish up shortly. I do have food sat there waiting for me. And I'm not a eat on stream sort of person. The only other thing I wanted to do was kind of consider, what does it mean? Let's try something. Sometimes I don't like succeeding, because succeeding breeds energy and it breeds ideas, and your brain starts to run away with it, and that is the worst time to have to stop coding. Um, One of the things I'm thinking about here is, with computed, if I do, hold on, it's something I really struggled with. It was mostly an issue when it came to ending my workday. Yeah, yeah. Um, like I haven't been in a position like that in my professional life in quite a while now. But I still have that issue. If something's working and something starts to, oh, like I could do this, I will quickly lose track of time. Like I could happily sit here for another 2 or 3 hours and do this right now, and it would be a lot of fun. But I know that I've got to A, eat better, B, look after my time. And see my daughter sat watching TV. I can go and sit with her after I've eaten, and have some family time as well, which is important as well. So don't forget everything else exists. Um, what I wanted to do? Oh, that's what I wanted to look at. So I had a concept there. Um, mm, kind of saw it before. I'm trying to figure out. I want to see. State. Oh, it's because it's not that. It's not where I want it to be there. Single state in overview. Or there's another thing you can add. I saw it in. Where did I see it in the code? Yes, that's how we do it. We can compose a store. So watch this. So oh. Oh dear. So this is, let's see if I can describe this properly. So you can actually build planning item stores out of features, right? So essentially, I could use this method with signal store feature as a function, right? So I create a function called with add dino and give it a feature. This feature can have everything I have, right? So I now have with add dino. So I can create a new signal store and add the features in that I want, right? You want to have a single store with planning item store, ticket store. It's like, no, I don't want to do that. But I had a specific use case for this design, right? So let's say I want to produce a grouped, but that grouped by behavior that I initially had, right? I could create a feature that provides that method that does all the grouping and all the weirdness, right? And then I can create a new store and add that feature in this screen only, right? So my core store I actually assemble off of basic features. So I don't actually create a signal store. I create a set of signal features that then I can compose into a signal store, right? So if I do, let's kind of make it work, and then I'll have to stop. I have to. So this is, let's say this is planning items. Query feature dot ts. Okay, and then this is export function with planning items query equals signal store feature. Right? And then, yes, so we can compose stores off the features. It's very, very similar to what Angular 17 is doing anyway. But what we can do is we can now take this out, right? And we can do with methods, right? Let's make sure I got the structure there correct before I start ripping it out. That is I need those pieces of it as well. Right. I can do with methods. No, that's that. Signal store feature. Yeah. Equals return. That was healthier. And then that's, which one's that ending? That's ending that. That's ending that. That ends that. That ends that. Right. So I can do with planning items query. Right. And that takes this part out. Right. And then I can do with planning items query there. And now this should still function. There you go. So I can actually compose, I can break down the functionality of the store into individual pieces. So if I have a set of behaviors that interact together, like a bunch of methods and actual calculations and stuff, I could actually group them into their own piece and add them in when I need them. So I could use the core store for planning items in other screens without loading in all the functionality of everything else. I think that's a really powerful feature. And the reason I was thinking about that is because obviously I want to pull the store in over here, right? But I don't want the store with all the heavy query stuff because I don't need query here, right? I could just, so instead of doing this even, I could actually create a store at this level, at the component level, and kind of compose it there of the things it needs to be composed of. And then when I need the big store with everything in it, I could still use that if I wanted to, or I could, just add them in. That's kind of fascinating what I could do with that. This store dot. It doesn't give any extra methods. So. But anyway, that's pretty cool. I think you will have to be careful with the naming of the methods, so no two methods are the same name. Yeah, yeah. I mean, as I go through that, that's gonna be a lesson, right? That's gonna be some of the challenges I face building it. But I think I can be very explicit about some of these things, right? So the planning item store, I can compose in such a way that all these are independent, and I would imagine as well because they're independent, they can be tested. But that is going to have to wait until tomorrow, I'm afraid. So I'm going to finish up here. I'm going to have to raid out. I'm going to get some lunch. But I think that is some really solid progress for the day. I will be working on this a little bit more. Yeah. Cogs are turning. Cogs are turning. Let's go out and raid. Any recommendations from anybody? I would be grateful. Obviously, I understand Razvan, you're on beeping on YouTube. You don't get to join a raid on Twitch, but I thank you. I thank you for your time. I thank you for hanging out. My normal stream time, by the way, is a little earlier in my day. My normal stream time is 7:19 Eastern. That is my daily time. I'm currently only watching game devs. Yeah, me too. You in Ceto stream? You go raid Ceto. Ballbeard builder is streaming, but he does co-work stuff. So yeah, let's go to Cetalix. Yeah, but he's doing co-working stuff, so that's not kind of as engaging as Seto is coding and stuff. So yeah, I don't think he's doing coding. Yeah, still an awesome streamer. I would still recommend checking out BBB. Okay, so that is me. Thank you very much for joining me. I will be back again 7:19 Eastern tomorrow. I am East Coast US, so that is my time. I will be doing a stream on Friday as well. On Friday is another day off work, so I will be streaming for longer on Friday. By that point, hopefully, we got the planning items kind of going in a really good direction. Maybe I can get the GraphQL query, Sqlite GraphQL query, so that it actually does update in the background as well. That would be really cool to see happen. And we can talk about more of the storage patterns that we need to do. But so far, great progress. Now we get to learn. Now we struggle through, we get to learn. So thank you for joining me. Have a great rest of your day. And I'll see you around. Take care, all. Bye. Thanks, One Line. Take care.